Good morning and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. The hell is going on here now? Okay. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual journal. It is the 6th of July, 2026. Wow. How time flies when we're having fun, isn't it? I hope you had a safe and enjoyable weekend wherever you are. And if you're apparently just about every place is hot, so I hope you didn't take any strain there. So this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything on my screens is captured, or my two primary trading screens is captured on the video. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. That completes the recording of the journal. And it couldn't be more accurate, more transparent, or more accountable. And I will only take trades live here on Bookmap. Never a recording, never playback, only live trades. My other software or package here is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. So, yeah, I'm just making sure everything's okay. I did some changes here over the weekend with hardware configuration, and I'm making sure everything looks like it's running right. Seems to be great. Okay, super. So, basically, as I said, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is certainly not my way or the highway. This is, I show everything I'm doing with complete transparency and accountability so that it might help someone, so that it may provoke conversation and ideas, feedback in the chat. That's really helpful. And also, it is my virtual trading journal, so I want it to be as complete and accurate as possible. Therefore, when I only trade structured, statistically vetted trades or setups, which I have vetted. I've done the homework and done the work myself. And so I anticipate when those setups are going to occur. If we get a trigger, I take the trade and then I manage it. Okay, all live and real time here on Bookmap. Now, having said that, the purpose of this trade is absolutely not for trade or financial advice. It is my trading journal, and it is for to start a conversation and to collaborate. So there you are. I mean, what good would a trading journal be if there were no trades? Doesn't make much sense, right? Now, a lot of the time, many days, there are no trades because there's not a setup and there's no trigger. And I don't FOMO, I don't chase, I don't make stuff up in the middle of somewhere. And that's why I'm busy off hours. I'm so busy vetting new setups so that I have more options through the day. All right, so there we go. Let's get on with the most important story of the day so far, which is the news. This is financial investing.com. It's my old news source. You see that we have at 8:45, we've got S&P PMI, and then at 9 o'clock, we've got top of the hour, we've got the ISM PMIs, 3-star events. Who knows what's going to happen down here the rest of the day? And of course, there's the great, 500-pound gorilla in the room, and that's the geopolitical. Nobody knows who's going to tweet what or say what, so that's something that you need to be real careful about. The reason that I like investing.com is it only reports traditional economic calendar events, normal stuff, PMI, GDP, non-farm payroll, FOMC minutes and meetings. excuse me. You can filter this for wherever you are. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you're only interested in the Nikkei, well, then you can do this. You can filter this right out. And since that we're in a new quarter and earnings is going to start, that'll be happening here pretty quick. And this is today, which is what we want to have. Now, having said that about, oh, and also notice that if you hover over the event title of any of these events, it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the ISM non-manufacturing PMI is, you can click that and find out the most recent releases and who puts it out and information about it. The other news source that I keep track of pretty much is Financial Juice. And it's got two functions. It's got a calendar over here and a squawk box kind of running total, running commentary on this side. And basically, I look at this for the opposite reasons as investing.com. If they do recognize that some non-traditional economic or, event is coming up, which may have political or present risk to our auction, then they'll try to pull it into their calendar, and I appreciate that. And it's got nothing to do with political comment whatsoever. It's got to do with the fact that in today's world, as traders, our mission is to preserve our account first and foremost. The fundamental way that you guard, preserve, grow your account is risk management. If you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it or mitigate for it or be prepared for it. So I really appreciate that when they do give me a heads up. There's going to be some signing or another, or some, Trump is going to be near a microphone somewhere, which we all, if you don't recognize by now that has a potential risk for our market, then you should you take a deep breath and stop and think about it, because it's obvious. So here we are. Investing.com, traditional stuff. Financial Juice, similar, but they do pull in, they do have a squawk box and pull in non-economic related events. So there you go. And now let's mosey on, mosey on to the pre-market. Get that out of my throat, whatever that is. And here's our pre-market. Now, I've scrubbed the holidays. So this is Thursday, RTH. This is the overnight so far where we are, ETH, starting at 1,700 last night. And if you, I have been streaming that Globex orb and the Asia orb every evening, so that you can check that out if you're interested. This is about as balanced as you want to get. Been pretty much a chop fest, and that's to be expected completely after a holiday weekend like that. Everybody's coming back, sunburned, whatever, hungover, sunburned, spun out, whatever it is, bucked off, whatever. And they're coming back to work today, so here we go. Now, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. Couple things to know. First of all, in any of these windows, in the header is the instrument, chart type, periodicity, and session. You don't ever know. There's the chart name too, but that doesn't mean anything to anybody but me, so there you go. Well, actually, if you use my logic, it could. This is the micro ES Renko high volatility, so there you go. Now you know the secret. And this is the NQ, and this is the high time frame or micro composite chart and market profile. Now, this group of windows is my micro tab, and this is the minis. You'll know that notice it's essentially the same. Mini, micro. The difference here is that there's something to point out. I don't change the market profile charting between, hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem, fofo. No, it was a goofy week, and I've No, basically. And I hope you had a wonderful time off. That's great. Nice to see you. This is the market profile, and I don't change it between mini or micro. I do change between the sessions. So this will be changed into the full session here pretty soon. The higher time frame chart down here is pretty important for me from a top-down view, because I think that's the way to start. So this is, again, micro, one-day chart, MES, and it's a RTH session only. This data is scrubbed, Antonio, so the holidays all scrubbed out of here. This is Thursday, and then here we are from the Globex last night. So this is the micro composite, and the way this chart works is each one of these candles is an RTH trading session, the full day, from the cash session from 8:30 in the morning till 1600 in the afternoon. The same hours as, well, most of the stream. I start the stream at 8 o'clock, obviously. So wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a VPOC, volume profile, a volume POC, and then a point of control. And then these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines here, and those values push automatically to Bookmap. So do the session prices. Let's just look at the volume real quick here. Oh, well, there we go. 64%. This is the percentage of average volume looking back over the previous 20 trading sessions at this time of day. And I'll forewarn anybody within earshot here that in these days after a holiday scrub are screwy. So, you know, I wouldn't put too much stock in most any of that, because Friday's ETH, which starts Thursday night at 1700 through noon on Friday with the RTH, has been scrubbed. And there was action that day because I did track it and watch the system. Anyway, so here we are. POC, high and low volume nodes, session prices, and now, roll please. I made a bunch of hardware changes over the weekend, so we'll see. I think I might have eliminated this whole lag story, which will be mega super cool. And I'll take back all the bad things I said about IRT. Anyway, and here's Bookmap. Now, Bookmap is the execution platform I use, and I only trade vetted setups, and I only trade live, real time. Real trading, live data. This is, by the way, both of my Bookmap and IRT are driven by the same connection to Rhythmic. So, the first thing you'll notice is Blue Boy over here, which is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every section. So, this is the first print of the ETH session last night. And the reason I do that is this is always the inside market. This is right here, right now, live. So if I have Blue Boy over here and I glance left and see that line, I know that this is the entire overnight session without question. And I have no doubt what the context is, what happened, where the POC migrated, etc. That's how I do it. So starting from the right column, we have the micro composite where I've manually entered these values. And this one needs to be, the text needs to be changed to black because that was revisited. I didn't do much this weekend. I did a lot this weekend, but I slipped some of this stuff, obviously. So this is where I manually enter these values, and then these are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the full session, or Globex. And these are the delta and volume profile for the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. I wish I could just contain these within the RTH time frame, but you can't on Bookmap that I've been able to figure out. So I have to settle with reset. Okay. Then this is the statistics column, which is super important to me. The session prices, also very important. And I don't use a dome anymore over here, but I do use the two most important columns. I don't have the dome up in these columns anymore because I trade with I found myself trading with the mouse over here in the active data column. So why waste the resource or the real estate on those dome columns? And the two most important columns from the dome or from any book is right here. This is all of the resting liquidity for the full book level 2, high up as far as you want to go. Ask and bid. And these are the prices. There you go. Now, there's no indicators on my Bookmap or IRT because I am a real old guy from Montana, here an old cowboy, and I am a keep it simple, stupid guy. And that's not a joke. So I look at volume, probabilities, and price. There you go. And I trade vetted setups, which I have predetermined to have a specific edge, captured, vetted, done the homework myself, captured, identified the rules, captured the data set, and run it through a spreadsheet to determine mathematically if there's expectancy and profit factor and stuff or not. That's simple. Now, so there's a POC for the full session and for the RTH session. The full session is kind of a more muted yellow, and the RTH session is a brighter yellow. POC is nothing more complicated than a marker, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 75.62 is where the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And the minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, that yellow line is going to move there. That's all. The reason it is continuous is so we can have an idea of, we can sense the relationship to the movement of the price, where that level has gone. Also, there's, also there is a Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price. Excuse me, and a mid. There you are. These levels up here are pushed from Bookmap, and these are from IRT. And these levels are based on the current strategy that I have backtested and am trading. And the reason I push them from IRT to Bookmap is so that I can have the levels over here where I'm going to live trade. And yeah, there you go. What else can I do? I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. I don't script this, and that's that's probably pretty obvious. But yeah. Okay. I'll be changing these up the first here in a couple of minutes so that they're applicable to this. This is still from the Asia orb trade last night. So I'll change them pretty quick. So let's get back over here to, I tell you one thing that's probably you'll agree important, but we're going to do the statistics and stuff in a second. We have a minute here before the TLab snap. So the first thing we need to do is determine the statistical open type. And that's very simple because if we open, there's only two criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that open type compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I can tell you I don't want to scroll up and down with Bookmap, but if you look over here at IRT, here's Thursday's RTH session, and here's the close. And here we are. So we are way above the close. Big gap up in terms of gap openings. And the second criteria is, where would this open type here, how would it how would it relate to the previous RTH range? Again, here's the RTH range. It was a big range. It was a big trend day. So we are within range. So we are higher in range. That's the open type. Now, that's the same exact thing that we had on Thursday. Okay, so I don't need to change those column titles, but I will show you what I do, and that is you do that here. And the reason I change the column title is so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the title up here and know exactly what the relationship was with the data from the overnight to the RTH. Okay? Now we'll get to statistics in a minute, but first of all, I got to do something that I do every day at 8:20, which is the world famous TLab snap. And you're going to say, what in the hell is the TLab snap? And that is, oh, a dumb thing. The TLab snap is a thing I do every morning for a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And this will give you an example of why I use the stream rather than a journal, because multitasking and I are not the best of friends. And I had to type a little something down there to apologize for some missing values. And there we go. Okay, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and maintained by him still to this day, I guess. Yeah. And every day about 6 in the morning or so, I post the reports for that day, and then about 8:20, I post this tab I created for specifically for that, the TLab. And what it does is this grew out of of me noticing that at the open or just before, there'd be a whole lot of people typing in the TLab, what's POC? What's POC? What was the last time I saw? You know, a bunch of questions about levels and stuff that was obvious to me that they didn't have the charting to get those answers themselves, so that this might be helpful. And I've been posting this for a long time and will continue to do so. I'm not active in the TLab anymore, really, other than to read through it after the market, because I'm taking Tom's advice essentially, or the TLab advice, which is to focus on my market and narrate it and trade it. And that's actually how the stream grew out. So it's a Bookmap Discord chat room, obviously sponsored by Bookmap. They would love for you to subscribe, but you're never solicited for anything. Tom B runs it. He's a professional, or he's been trading like 48 years. And he started out as a money manager. I'm sure he doesn't manage anybody's money anymore except his own. Maybe, who the hell knows. But it's not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. And it's a Discord. So, a lot of good people in there, and I feel a sense of kinship to it. So I, support him with those posts every day. There you go. Boom. Crash. Now, let's get back to the statistics, which are, I think you'll agree, important. Hold on, my glasses are goofing up. So the statistics, we've determined the open type, and now what we're going to do is we're going to get the statistics for the associated session prices today. And the first thing we're going to need to do is clear the old ones, right? Which was from before Thursday. And to get those statistics, we're going to go zooming right over here to, guess what? The stats tab. Oh. And here was our statistic from Thursday. And as we just determined, it's the same. Now, you notice how TLab, or how IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type blue? Well, that's because this is from Thursday. they only do that after 8:30 in the morning. This is just a coincidence because we have the same open type apparently. So what are we going to do? Well, the stats are very simple. The system looks back at 1,820 most recent 1,820 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range, 568 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight point of control 80.8% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.8. And that, boys and girls, is just how difficult it gets. Right there. Now, we're going to just go down the list. The next is the overnight high, 74.6. Overnight high. And overnight mid, 74.5. I'm just going to, keep doing this until I run out of patience or time. We got the overnight mid. We've got the previous mid. We've got the previous close, 69.0. Now that I want to do something here if I can find one of them, which I can't. Previous close is 69.0. All right, so we got to get way in the hell down here in the basement to look at the previous close. I think. Where's the previous close? Where was it? Hold on a minute. Nobody move. Where was the previous close? Let me look over here and see. The way I have to do this now, because we've jumped around so much, is to go to the stat or to the previous column here. Where was our previous close? Right over here. Previous close, RTH, 75.22.75. See that? Close, RTH period, right there. 75.22. Okay. 75. Oh, that wasn't so far down there. I was getting all anxious here. 75.22. Right there. Where'd we go? That's pretty. Wow, what am I doing here? I don't want to do that. That's pretty weird that the previous close isn't there. Yeah, I'm telling you that there's a lot of screwiness going on with this data because of the holiday scrub. So what was the 75 something or another? I forget. Now I forgot what it was. 70. Previous close, 69. So we're going to go 69.0%. And IB high, we don't see that anymore. The previous POC, then below, previous high, overnight low, there we go, 48.4. Now, one thing I'm going to be real excited about is to see what happens when we open, because I made all these changes, and the whole point of all that was to eliminate this big lag and all this drama with IRT. So I'm really on the edge of my seat here to see what happens. And there's the previous POC, so that's way down here, and that's 66.2. And you have to put those initials because obviously when we open, this is going to go way up to wherever we're trading. Same way with IB high and IB low, but I'm not going to fuss around looking for them right now. We're getting ready to open here in 30 seconds, so let's get back to the business at hand. And let's get this open, and let's hold our breath for the big reset and the lags. Let's see what happens here. I'm excited. 30 seconds. I'll be real happy if this bitch opens on time and resets properly also. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know whether we'll have lags or not, but we're going to check. Welcome to the stream, by the way. And There we go. Well, got a little bit of a lag here so far, which is not making me all happy and warm and fuzzy. Damn it. Okay, so there's our open. Now I've got to change these values to push across. That's a real bummer. I always thought I had it all fixed. Ah, well, the best laid plans of mice and man, huh? That's really sucks. MNQ, which has a tremendous amount of volume, isn't having a lag problem, which is just freaking weird to me. Anyway, whatever. I tried. What I did was I reconfigured the back end of Windows 11 so both IRT and Bookmap are only using the CPU for calculations, because that's basically what needs to happen, is a lot of calculations, more so than ray tracing and all that crap. And then the stream, OBS is using the GPU. That's basically it. But when I tested it on Friday, Friday, it was worked like $1,000,000. There was 0 lags. So so much for that, I guess. Now we've got the IB high out here where it belongs, the IB low down there, and I need to scoot over here quickly and change the the values here. These are the values and these percentages, which will be pushed to, and I need to shut all this different crap off. Every time I restart IRT, I need to do this. Okay, so this is the edgeful data, which is what we're going to be basing on, and there's the high and the low and the zones. And based on the reset time, they're not right. So anyway, I need to change this so that it pushes the proper data to Bookmap. And that's why it's not going to be correct. Save. Should have done that first. Oops. Come on. Okay. Modify rule. Look at that lag. God, that's irritating. All right. Well, there we go. Well, and it took a trade already. That's impossible. That's not even remotely supposed to be happening. Oh, no. Okay. Don't forget this. I didn't change the open delay to the proper session in time. I've only done that just now, and the system's all out of whack, so never mind. We'll talk about that later. Let's get back to over here. And let's have a look at what we're doing now. I need to change these to the RTH session. It is happening. It is reacting a lot faster. I've got to say that, but it's still got this freaking lag up here, which is just annoying. And here's our open. There's Thursday, Wednesday, Badoom. And we have a big opening gap. Gappa happy. Let's get over here and change these. Man, I was so bummed out. I thought I would really made a great, really made great progress here. Best laid plans of mice and men, I guess. Yeah, it's a lot faster than it was, but, you know, it's not what I want it to be. So there we go. Not what it ought to be. It's so much more responsive than it was. It's just amazing, but I don't know what else to do. Now, what I've had to do is let Windows choose. I can't specifically hard assign these things, these processes to whichever, but I let Windows choose them, and I have the OBS set for sure. Anyway, okay, what are we doing? Let's get back to the real world here. So there's our, we'll reset. This should redo here pretty quick. There's the orb low, the orb high, IB high, pretty quick. Next cycle that it updates, these should align. And then the zones will be calculated based on the middle there. I'm assuming that's going to work out right. Let's see what happens. And here we have our micro tab. Everybody's okay. We are a big gap up now. And I think I'm going to clear the resets. So that would have been a natural reset. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Still have 15-second lags over here. What is the data? Are we pushing crazy data or what? Let's see what the volume is. Oh, you can see the volume over here that's ticking past, but percent of average, that was low. That's a bad sign, real bad sign. Ah, damn it. Worked like $1 million on Friday. I was real pleased with myself. I thought I'd cured it. And looks like not. Better than it was, I guess, but anyway. All right, enough of that. We've had a VPOC migration. We need to get Blue Boy on the job. He's slacking off over here. So 8:30. Boom, boom. 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 There you go. That's the first print. Assuming you want to believe this time down here. And here, where'd the open go? The open's around here. Should be around. There we are. There's the open. I'm going to nuke all these recently visited volume points of control and stuff. MCVPOC from the 22nd. Okay, great. Gap high, that's been revisited, and the gap low also, so that's all done. And what is, see, that's still 1440, still the same thing. Oh, I should have left it, dummy. 1440. Oh, 74, 1440. That's different. Okay, we got the IB low, we got the IB high. They look about right. We're just skimmed under the overnight high, and we've tagged out the the volume point of control, the mid, and everybody else so far. We haven't gotten the overnight low down there, but maybe we won't. We're on a gap. We are in gap rules, which are based on the difference between our closing, previous close, and the open. Now, this is scrubbed data. Thursday night and Friday morning is scrubbed out of this. So basically, I'm not paying much attention to those kind of things until tomorrow. Today's a normal trading day, and tomorrow we're going to pick it up. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. And something's all screwy back here now. I don't like the looks of this. Yeah, I don't like the looks of that at all. These levels should be aligned. This is a marker of the orb high, and it should be right here, because there we obviously have it, right? Here's the first print at 8:30. That went just right, so that these are pretty much aligned, but this is screwed up, and I'm not sure why. It should be exactly correct. Oh, IRT. Start at 0 seconds. That's right. Save. Okay. And it might not have gotten its crap together because of the lags. I don't know. We still have a 15-second lag going on over here. Irritating, boy. Well, God darn it. I was so pleased that I had spent all that time over the weekend, over the holiday, and thought I was really making some great progress here from the looks of it on last night, and also the Friday. I monitored this all on Friday morning. Well, darn it. This is a situation that's not happened to before. These have always been aligned. This 69 should be right up here on 73. These are pretty close, but, you know, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this ain't either one of them. So I'm going to have to just stand by until it gets its shit together. I suppose I could shut Bookmap or IRT down and let it unravel its knickers and then see what happens after that. Maybe that's what I'll do now. Oh, usually I don't shut it down until the top of the hour, but usually I don't have this issue. So I'm going to kill it now. And in the meantime, in between time, that's pretty funny, that guy, I forget his name, but in the meantime and between time, we'll see you next time. He was one of the developers. He's that, what's his name on YouTube? He's an interesting guy. And there was our S&P at 45, just out. And then we've got more numbers at the top of the hour. Don't forget. So what I'm going to do now is let's get on with the, let's make sure everybody else is working here. First, this is the Edgeful Data app. And we have a gap up. Okay, and we need to do a whole bunch of stuff down here. First of all, this is the MES. This is the cash market. And this is their gap fill. 58%, where am I? 58% we're going to fill them. 62% we're going to fill a gap down. Well, we're gap up. So let's move on to the next whiskey bar here. I want to start going for the IBs. Initial balance. Okay. This is my, now let me, I'm way ahead of myself kind of, but I'm leaning a lot on Edgeful app now for probabilities and my data analysis for data-driven trading, as opposed to, well, I have IRT off, so I can't show you. My original workflow was to identify a setup that repeats frequently. Obviously, you don't want to build a system on, something that happens once a year. And then identify the rules which validate that system for an entry. And then you go about, in your homework, away from the live market, you capture, programmatically capture a large enough data set to be statistically significant and determine mathematically, statistically, if it has an edge, expectancy, or not, and all the other parameters that you can do. If so, then whenever it presents itself in the live market, you take the trade. So what I've been working on is, I'm starting IRT in the background here, by the way, so, there's that. I've got them all running on admin mode too now, so that's part of the thing to assign. If you want to assign separate programs to various resources, hardware resources, then you need to have it in admin mode. Otherwise, they'll reset. This son of a gun. Otherwise, they will reset on you. And that's not a pretty picture. This thing thinks it's taking trades all over the place. It's gotten itself all screwed up. I don't know what the hell I did over the weekend, but I don't think I did anything. But it's, oh, I know what I did wrong. God damn. Man, I am asleep at the wheel. Sorry about that. So here's what I did wrong. I might as well air my stupidity out. It's not zero session. Zero session is from Globex. It's 9:30. Football. Well, you see what happens when you're old and fuzzy? Burp, now it's going to be all right. and they'll recalculate, and everybody will see there, jump up there. These all jump up. This comes right over here, and pretty quick, all of these values will accurately push over here to Bookmap. God damn, sorry about that. Why didn't somebody tell me? What you guys doing here? Just laughing in the background or what? And none of these trades were actually put in there anywhere, so. Yeah, 9:30. I was busy thinking about Globex. The Globex starts at 0, right? Because that's the first of the full session, and then Asia comes in at 120 minutes, and then this is 930 minutes. So there we go. Okay, problem solved, and we've got no lags. So isn't that sweet? Okay. Okay, great. And we have the original. What I was saying about vetting is, as I get all of this stuff back to business after after restarting. This is my original IB setup, which I was able to code up and have work correctly. Trade management, 2 lots, multiple profit targets, etc. Stops and everything. And this took me a long time to figure out because I'm not some, whippersnapper code commando. So what I'm trying to do is maintain the quality of the statistics, but expedite the process so that I can get other trades besides these initial balance trades statistically vetted and be able to trade in the live market. Now, one other thing I want to point out, I've made a big deal, and I try to on purpose, that I only take live vetted setup and trades here on Bookmap. Absolutely. That's the only trades that are on this stream, are live, real-time trades. Now, over here, when I am back testing or forward testing, which is what goes on now, and these charts have nothing to do with the system. They are just a visualization tool so that I can see something is happening when and where I expect it to by sending that output to the chart. Okay, these indicators up here, which I created, accurately represent on this particular strategy these various rules, but that's got nothing to do with trading. So the point here is that when the system, which evaluates every one of these rules every 30 seconds, finds a trade, it will plot over here after 9:30, of course, because it's the IB high. It's the IB trade, which only sets it at 9:30. Any trades are taken in the IRT simulated environment here. They're not pushed to my live accounts, and why wouldn't in the world would anybody want to do that? Stupid. After it's working and it's proven and it's vetted, okay. But before then, why would you want to test something out in your live account? Same way over here, simulated. If this takes a trade, and this is based on the Edgefield trades, which is where I'm going with this whole conversation. Hold on a minute, and I need to do this right up here. So this is the Edgefield stuff, and this is based on the rules within Edgefield and how I filter down that data to indicate whether there's a trade or not. And that's based on there's the high, the low, and the percent, these zones. Okay. So having said all of that, let's look at Edgefield. So here we are. The first thing we need to look at is the bi-weekday. Man, I got to fix my goggles here. My goggles are breaking on me. Oh. There we go. Monday. MES. 6 months. Chicago cash. Okay, everybody's on the right page there so far now. There's a 72% probability that we will have a single break of the initial balance, high or low. 24% that we will break both. And whatever that says, 4% will break neither. Based on this setup and this filtering. And you can see it changes dramatically. Watch this. Days of the week, a real big deal. So that's what we can expect. 72% we're going to break out the one way or the other. Doesn't say which one. And then we start thinking over here. Okay, so now what do we need to do? Well, we need to figure out, first of all, we need to reconfigure this from our work last night. We don't know what the ending zone is yet. How could we do that? We do know that it's Monday because that's what we were trading last night, and that's correct. So here we are. If we put the IB high formed first, these are the probabilities of the breakout, of the first break. Other way around, if it's the low. What did we do here? Well, there's a lot of different ways to look at this, but if you notice, here's the IB high and the orb high. There you are. And here's the low. So that the high was formed first and then the low. And I think I just realized something I've done wrong or that I didn't fix again. Let's just go quickly look at IRT. That's correct. Let's make sure that we're on the right. Yep, we're on the right session. Okay. And then, by the way, this is naked volume points of control. Oh, these are the naked volume points of control below the market. It's pretty crazy, huh? This is from the restart. I was so excited to get that all figured out. I didn't get organized here, and this is needs to be right there. We still have no lags. That's a really great thing. Making sure that all these are on RTH, except this one, which is always on RTH. So, stand by. Stay with me or whatever else, however you want to look at it. Okay, that one's all right. These are all okay. All right. I share these session prices with anybody that wants them, and there's a lot of people in the TLab that I think still use them. I don't know. I have no way of telling who uses them and who doesn't, but I believe there are. What are you doing over here, you pencil neck? Why aren't you doing something? Huh? Oh, IRT. Oh, come on. I don't know how I could do something different. I guess if I put in another... No, that wouldn't work. Well, I don't know what it's doing now, but it's having a lag, and it's all tied in a freaking knot for some particular reason. I don't know why. But I know I'm not very happy about it. Well, it's not responsive now, so... Man. Man. I don't know what the hell's the matter with it now. But I know one thing we're going to do. We're just going to blow right past it. The hell with it. We'll get back over here to Bookmap. It wants to play okay. So here we have everything. Now we do have our alignment properly here with our orbs and our zones. So you see what those are based on our edgeful data. And the next thing we're going to look at here is, and this damn thing doesn't want to do anything. Maybe there's a window down here that's open or something. It looks to me like it's frozen up with a dialogue open somewhere. You know what I mean? Son of a bitch. Anyway, let's let it think for a minute and see what happens. Over here, one of the things that happens now with this thing won't get rid of its windows. What the hell is going on? Something's going on. I can't get rid of this IRT thing. Well, does Edgeful show up? It's got this window locked for some reason. I don't know why. God damn, I'll tell you, I'm getting so over this thing. If I have to do here we go. Let's see if this works. Let's see if we can cancel it or close the damn thing. There we go. All right, that should close off IRT, and then everybody else ought to come back to normal. I don't know what happened there, but best laid plans of mice and men, huh? God damn it. Frustrating. Well, Edgeful's back up, so that's okay. And what I was going to show you was that TradingView here has, if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get all of these indicators, which they built for free, or access to them all in TradingView, which is pretty handy. Now, I'd never used TradingView, but it's slick. Antonio, I know, really likes it, and so does Anton, so we'll see. But the ones I use are the candle, the continuation candle, the initial balance, and the sessions, essentially. I've also developed a trading system over the weekend, which works and works pretty fine. If anybody wants that, let me know. I'm happy to share it. It's fairly interesting. And the way this works is, here's our dashboard. So we're 21 handles, 21 3/4 handles wide on the IB so far. The IB high was the first level formed. No, it was not. The IB low was the first level formed because we just pushed high right up here. We surpassed the high, or got a little further up. So the IB low is now the first level formed. And we'll just see how this plays out for the next 30 minutes. And what happens then is, now we've switched dynamics and the low is first formed. So we have a 67% probability that we're going to take out the IB high first with no difference to this data. Monday, no ending zone by wick. So we're just going to continue to monitor this. And then I'll get back to trying to start this stupid IRT thing. Oh, and I don't think I ever kicked the music on yet either. Of course, we had the news in and out. I don't see anybody being pulled in here to speak yet, but I'm absolutely sure after all the weekend drama and the disaster back in DC and everything like that, that there will undoubtedly be some tweets from somewhere, be my guess. Again, no political comment, but boy, you got to be on your toes because that can have a huge impact on our auction at any moment. So be aware. Okay, I'm going to get over here to bookmap and then try restarting IRT again. Yeah, I know. See what happens this time. Jesus. Now the IRT, the initial balance is yet to be formed, of course, only 25 minutes, but, you know. Come on, man, really? I may have to do a database repair or something. I'm not sure what the Sam hell is going on now. I mean, the data looks right. We're just in a tight shop. It's retail soup, man. That's what they're just grinding them up. So we'll let it kind of get its act together and think about things, and then I'll switch it around. So far we've got this playing out pretty normal. Gotta glue something on my glasses here. Hold on, not now, but in a minute. No lags. I'm liking the looks out of that a lot. I'm not gonna look at any of this other stuff. I didn't see anything over here, and that's kind of disappointing. No, nothing. Oh, nothing. That's gonna piss off a whole lot of people that like those levels. Son of a gun. Well, I need to rebuild this this tab apparently. So that's just magic. This one is okay. Oh, what else broke? Have to reset that thing down again, but at least it's where it ought to be. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Other boom. There we go. Jesus Christ, really, huh? Now, one of the things, well, it's frustrating to me when IRT does stupid stuff like, how, you know, just loses an entire tab, an entire layout. So my entire RTH layout is gone, or for the minis. Now, and all I tried to do was save that. That was it. That was what I was doing right there. That whole tab is gone. So I got to recreate the whole thing by going back over here and opening up all the crap and getting all the quote pages out. Nah. A lot of fun, huh? Which I'll do in a little bit. Now, my focus is to be trading, not to be babysitting this bullshit. Okay, let me do something. First things first, I guess. Should rebuild this tab. So I will try to just keep my eyes. Fortunately, we're just having a real tight chop, so use extreme caution. I have nothing that would work in this kind of an environment, and now I'm going to try to rebuild these. Freaking tabs. Man, it's still lagging like crazy. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on? Oh yeah, okay, that's right. Alright, now gotta do some reconfiguring over here. Jesus, what a pain in the butt, huh? And finally, the quote page. Well, I'm about back to normal over here now. Jesus. This looks different. These backgrounds look different to me. Seems like I've got the wrong thing going on. I'm not sure what. Is that always the same? I guess maybe it is. It should be the same as they are here, actually, because these two charts are essentially the same. Yeah, okay. Now I'm going to throw the quote page up there and hopefully run for cover. All right. Well, we are sneaking up towards that breakout, but it's only 9:15. Is that right? Yeah, we haven't put in a new orb high yet, so that's pretty okay. What? Time passes fast when you're having fun, huh? I'll tell you, this thing still seems weird. I thought I had a great idea, and oops. So much for great ideas, maybe, huh? Okay, well, I believe I've rebuilt it. Now let's save the Jesus out of it. Okay. After all of that drama, here we are back at the original minis, and you see what's happening here, right? This is retail soup, and they are grinding them up. 52.74. 14-15 handles wide. Use the extreme caution here, I would say, boys and girls. Now I'm, at the not sure why that thing moved from here either, but God darn, this thing is irritating. Okay, so we have not expanded our orb yet. We're teasing it, and now it looks like they're going to push it up a little bit. But remember, it's only 18 minutes past 9, so we have to wait until 9:30 for the orb to be set. The initial balance to be set. And what is the initial balance, you ask? Well, good question. It is the high and the low of the first 30 minutes. There's a pretty substantial statistic associated with that, and it is right over here. Wrong one, right over here. The most probable statistic to achieve in every one of the 4 open types, statistical open types, is the initial balance. And all it says is that there is greater than a 97% probability in all 4 open types that we will, at some point in the RTH trading session between 9:30 in the morning Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, the IB high or low will be revisited by price. But you see the probability. Pretty phenomenal. Okay, that's the initial balance stat, and upon which all of this kind of stuff is built. So here's what we're looking at. We've put the IB low in first. We'll see if that changes. And then we start drilling into our statistics, and we have the trading view statistic. Here we are. There's the low, there's the high, and at the end of the first 1 hour right over here, this will set and flesh out. We'll be able to determine the the ending zone, and then we'll be able to have our, start working on the statistic to trade. That's the idea. And a few things need to be taken into consideration. We've got a 20 and 21 handle range. So that means that each one of these are 5 points, which is okay. If we get a pullback to the 50, 5 points is enough meat on the bone, which is always important. The risk, the risk requirement. And let me just change this a little bit to 175, say. That might have a little bit of, still doing pretty, we still have quite a little of volume here. We've got volume at 75, 8, and and 80. Let's prune that down a little bit. I usually keep it around 200, 250. Let's see. Well, there's still quite a bit of volume out there. Of liquidity, I'm sorry. And the way that the assignments for the ending zone work, while I'm on that subject, is opposite the first formed level, which in this case is the low, you assign the zones 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. And the way that zone is determined is the closing price, where the closing price of the last bar within the IB range is. So if it closed right there, it would be the 0 to 25. If it closes down here, it's at 25 to 50. That's simple. I'll be right back. Well. Still haven't taken the orb. Got 4 minutes, 3 minutes left. There we go. Now, remember, that has not been a new initial balance high. That has just extended the initial balance high upward. So it is not a thing yet. However, this will be the position of this candle. The closing price of this candle will determine the ending zone. I'll be right back. Okay. See if everything's working. Yep. So the closing candle should be, yeah. All right, this will be the closing. Maybe not. No, never mind. Right here, I think. I'm always confused about whether this is the last one or this is the last one. This is the last 5-minute candle at 25, so I'm assuming that this is going to be, this will be the closing zone because this candle will close outside of that first 1 hour. And when I'm confused, I always put down the headset and put on my glasses and have a drink of water. Now, what's going on else here? Have I got the rest of this crap working? I'm afraid to look at IRT. Okay. Boom, boom. I hope it's pushing correctly. Should be. Okay. Why 14-second lag? What the hell for? Why? Maybe I didn't do myself any favors there. I don't know. Great. Okay. Get back over here and let that thing seem to see if it comes out right. What I did was, at the suggestion of, hey Anton, what's happening, my brother? I guess you drove up to DC and made sure that everything went fine on the mall. That's cool. What a crazy bunch of shit, huh? I thought I had found something over the weekend and did a bunch of reconfiguring with my assigning, I don't know how to say it exactly. I set which of my computer resources were used by Bookmap, IRT, and OBS to calculate. OBS is running on the GPU. Bookmap and IRT are running on the CPU, and over the weekend I had no lags, and boy was I excited. I thought that was just great. On the Friday, you know, I tested it on Friday and last night in the Globex, but this morning not so good. IRT still fell over a couple of, you know, still filling over and lag and whatever else. So back to the drawing board. And now we have put in a new, we have now taken the IB high, okay, because we're past 930. So this was the high. And if we jump back over here to trading view, we should see that the IB high was put in, and yes, the IB high was broken, and there we are. And the closing zone is up here. So it's in the 0 to 25 range for the data. So we can plop the closing zone over here. Won't make much difference, I don't think. It's already been taken out, so that's not a problem. And the low was formed first. So yes, we did take out the IB high first. What a surprise. Now what I'm working on are the retracements. 65% that we will retrace to the 25 level. 42% will retrace to the 50. What does that mean? Well, here are the levels pushed across the Bookmap from IRT. So there's the orb high, or there's the high, or the IB high, 25, 50, and 25. So we've broken that up here. There's a 65% probability we're going to retrace to this level, 25. There's a 42% probability we're going to retrace down here. What I will do, and I have yet to do that, which is pretty stupid. I just realized I don't even have Bookmap set up to trade yet. So that was pretty dumb, huh? But I'm going to do that right now. So in order to trade with Bookmap, where am I? In order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel, select an account, go back over here, close that. Now you get the real estate back. You get close and cancel, and I got to get the rest of this set up. So multi-brackets, there they are. There's the original multi-bracket. Multi-account trading is set for the right one, and stats should be on the right, because this was all set up last night when I was doing the Globex. So here I am. I'm going to wait for this, some of this drama to die down from the holidays and whatnot to get back to the hedge idea. But the last hedge trade I took, which was Friday before last, by my lack of proper unwinding on the hedge leg, I ended up getting way more risk than I should. So this is the multi-bracket at this point, and we'll see where it goes from there. So we're going to get a 65% pullback to here, then 42% more down to here. So in my opinion, and this is discretionary, I realize, and I don't know how I would actually code it for a real back test, but I would interpolate, or, you know, down to, say, the POCs for a loan. Because 60% we're going to retrace, 65% we're going to get to the 25s, and another 42 we're going to get down here. Well, I'm going to pull off something right kind of in the middle and slap a trade on it. I've also decided that I've got to trade more during the day. So I'm going to start taking asymmetrical trade locations. And another thing I realized, or, you know, I was noticing over the weekend or thinking about, is using this data for mean reversions. Now is not the time, I don't think, to do that, except we are having a very balanced trading day. That should be pretty obvious. And a fairly narrow range. So does it make more sense? Would it have made more sense to take this breakout, lean on the 62% that we're going to make it to here and the 42% that we're going to get down here, and put a mean reversion trade on? In other words, short up here, outside in. I think that's probably a big part that I'm missing. And, you know, that's just thinking out loud. I'm also giving some serious thought to the whether I continue the GlobeX stream or not. It's wearing into my homework period of time, and I've only had one good trade out of there. Last night was a good trade in Asia, but by the time it triggered, it was so late, I was done, you know. And that's the problem with Asia. It's from night, you know, it's from 2000 until 4 in the morning. Well, I used to chase girls that long, but I don't chase trades that long anymore. So we'll see what happens there. Anyway, IRT, I'm just so disappointed. Well, I thought I had this great news to report, and look at this trade. I mean, look at the today. If that's not a mess, I don't know what is. Well, there's the 25%, and now we're going to dip down towards that 50. So I need to decide whether I'm going to think about a long out of here or not. In this configuration, I'm thinking mean reversion is a smarter move, and I missed that setup, but we are in a gap situation too, to do with the holiday though. So, yeah. I'm thinking I was able to code up the this initial balance trade on and have it work and, you know, back test and do all of that stuff quite well on TradingView. If that whatever you call it, script or whatever you call it, would be helpful for anybody, let me know. Works like $1,000,000. You can, you know, change all the parameters around and all that stuff. Well, was my thinking down to this retest down here to this, or, you know, this breakout. That's what it did, and it's turning around. Now, I had originally expected to get down here to this level, closer to the 50. Looks like I was wrong. Man, I'm so disappointed about IRT. I can't even see straight. I really thought I had that fixed, and now it's got 16-second lag still, and I'm doing nothing. Boy, and it was working just like $1,000,000, like it ought to. Last night and early this morning, and not anymore. Quite a tight day, huh? Well, 30 handles, I mean, isn't it? Pretty close. No, 20. 20 and change. I don't know how many times I'd have to start and restop this stupid thing so that it would get its knickers deknotted. I haven't looked at the news lately. I can't imagine we've had, of course, here we go. Trump ends remarks. Well, there you have it. He was speaking and I didn't even know about it. It wasn't pulled into any of the calendars, and I had not been checking enough. Frequently enough, I got all sideways with this stupid IRT idea. I'm a big fan of crypto. Of course you are. You made $1 billion last year, for Christ's sake. And your kids are too. Yeah, so he's been busy talking for at least an hour or more. So, ends remarks at the White House event, whatever event that is. Okay, well, that's, I guess, glad we're out of the market, or I was. That might explain this tight range, and now looking up, I don't know. I'm really tired of trying to second guess this crazy shit. Sorry for my French, but it's how I feel. Exactly how I feel. I tell you, I knocked my knocked my junk in the dirt yesterday. I did about 7.5 miles, and I got it back. It was like 36 or 37. I'm going, Jesus, I'm too old for this. I think I drank about 2.5 gallon pitchers full, my water pitcher with electrolyte in it before I felt about half normal. But apparently a lot better here than elsewhere. I'm going to be looking a lot at that mean reversion. I don't know why I was asleep at the wheel here this morning, but I guess I seem to be asleep at the wheel a lot lately. Cortisol or stress or old or I don't know what. Welcome to the stream if you're new. It's my virtual trading journal, meaning that everything I see on these two primary monitors is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. I only trade live, structured, vetted trades, which I have done the homework on myself, and you'll never see a replay or a playback trade. They're all live in the market, and if there's not a trigger and you don't take a trade, then there's nothing. You know, I don't make them up or rear view mirror them or anything else. This is what it is. It's what good would it possibly do me to bullshit myself? You know, I probably do that enough in other aspects of my life. I don't need to do it in trading. So that's the idea. And it's not certainly intended to be my way or the highway. It is a, collaboration. Anton and Anthony both have suggested a lot of good things. Anton has been real sharing with the hedge idea, and that's great. I'm working on that, but not very successfully so far. But yeah, the idea here is that this is fully transparent and fully accountable, and hopefully to stimulate, dialogue, conversation. Let's do this and continually improve towards a more profitable, consistently profitable trading business. That's the idea. That's the idea. Now we're just going to bust around up here on the highs. Lucky can scoot under there, but I don't think you can, Panda. You're too big. Yeah. Or no, you're not too big, but not as agile as Lucky, maybe? I don't know. If you're good at trading, scalping or doing these mean reversions outside in, this has been a this has been the session for you. It isn't for me, but you know, this is 30 handles across the IB. So, or if you were a real, and this is so easy in the rearview mirror. But if you took this, you know, asymmetrical trade over here and just figured, okay, I'm going to take this swing low, I'm going to go back to a mean reversion long, and I'm going to put a 2-tick stop, asymmetric relationship between risk and reward. And then you just wrote it up, and oh, boy, aren't you happy with yourself? I would be. I tell myself every day that I need to look for those trades and take them. And then when this happens, I'm so busy trying to figure out how to get IRT straightened out or what we're going to do for the data. Hey, Panda, what's up, baby girl? You want to look out the window? There you go. And Panda's decided to come up on the desk and supervise here. I use 2 stand-up desks, and they are at the at window height, so they can lay on these big table and on that side, that one on my side over there, and watch the riffraff outside, lizards and whatever else. Well, it's not, you know, yeah. I wouldn't say it was my athletic. I used to run 7 miles every day, and now it's a, you know, it's a fast walk. It takes me about 3 hours. I average about 3 miles an hour. And this was 7.5 miles and 18,000 steps according to the phone. But yeah, I have to do that. You know, if you don't, as we've discussed, the older you get, it's so freaking easy to get out of shape and so tough to get back in. What, Panda? Yeah, you done now? You got everything screwed around the way you want? It's so tough. Now there's that breakout. We tagged out the 50s. We're going to get on up to the, I would say, the previous high, which is the 79. Now remember, this data has been scrubbed. So Thursday night, Friday's not in here. This is Thursday RTH high over here. That's important. I'm getting to the point where I'm just gonna forget about this horse shit and start just throwing trades on. I've got to do something. This is getting crazy. Well, yeah, every session's good if you're looking in the rearview mirror. That's for damn sure. For example, where am I here? Make sure what window I've got going on. Okay. Over here, let's just pretend. There's such a difference between the hard right edge and, you know, right here. Okay, there you go. Come on. There you go. What are you going to do? You going to go long? Remember, this wasn't down here because at this point it had not moved down, the IB low or the value area low. Hey, Panda. So, are you going to get long here and throw a asymmetric trade on? How about here? Why not here? Why here? Because I was looking in the rearview mirror. That's why. And now, you know, it's so freaking obvious that, oh yeah, okay, that's where I got asymmetric trade and up we went. I don't see any way to have data actually tell me this, unless I look after the facts. So this is a reversal W, sort of a Wyckoff thing. And the way those rules are, or as I understand them, you don't consider this a reversal until price comes by the center, the middle peak. A, B, C, well, until you get by B, it's not considered a reversal. So if you got long here, you're right in the middle of everything. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So yeah. And now the ever-present up the stairs. Up the stairs. I saw some quote from Stephen Miller. I don't know where the hell how I saw it. Maybe I dreamed it. Maybe I better not say it. I'm pretty sure I didn't dream it though. I'm only looking at 2 screens. And I thought I had it all worked out because it, you know, it worked like $1 million, just like it was advertised. I think that, well, I got to thinking about it over the weekend, and the way I had it running, I had kind of Windows deciding where it was going to let people do, you know, which one of these programs was going to use what resources, and OBS is huge, and this stream is a lot of draw. So what I did over the weekend was accomplish, I guess, of setting up OBS to be running only on my GPU because it requires all that processing. And then and no drop frames, no. And then I have Bookmap and IRT running on the CPU. But I can't specifically dedicate them to do that. It is, the selection is let Windows decide. But I have them running in admin mode, so that supposedly directs that to be the CPU, and worked like $1 million on the, you know, the Friday, and then last night, then all of a sudden this morning. Now there's no lags now, so that's okay. But it's a real pisser right at the open. And the only reason and the main reason for keeping IRT up is because it's all the people that depend on the session prices, and it pushes all the junk over here to my Bookmap. You know, these trading levels and the zones and all that stuff that I used to execute from come from IRT. They're pushed from those particular ones. Now it's taken a trade here, and the system took a trade, exactly correct, and you see what it's doing. So there you have it. This is IRT. This is the IB. There's the breakout. There's the pullback, and there's the long. And I didn't do that as I should have, and it's, you know, it's right now long in this session. And the way this works is once it achieves T1, then it trails, the stop trails to break even. It hasn't gone down there yet, but that's what would happen. So this is a trade that's being taken mechanically, and it is what I should have done right here. Yeah. The breakout, the retest, and long. Stupid. Yeah, I only use 2 screens for the trading screens. I've got several. I've got 6 actually. But the way it works is the bottom 2, the in front of me is a 4 monitor rack, and these two trading screens, IRT and Bookmap, are the lower ones. They're the 32-inch 4Ks. And then to my left is another high def in vertical on my other standing desk over there, which has got OBS on it. So that's all that's running on this trading machine. OBS, Rhythmic, Bookmap, IRT. The upper monitors have only one. The only thing running on the upper monitor is the stream, which I just monitor it up there and see your chats and all that stuff. Because the OBS is have to, look differently. And then around the corner from that is another one of the 4K, 32 4Ks that is running on my old, I never even look at during the day. It's running on my old, it's running my workstation. My workstation runs that, Outlook and all that crap, because this machine doesn't have any Office products on it or anything. So that's all I have. It's not really a complicated mess, but it's, yeah, it's disappointing. There is a structured trade absolutely by the numbers that I didn't take. The way it's coded. And no lag. So, well, now 2 milliseconds now in 2 seconds. Don't ask me why. Excuse me. Yeah, so that trade's working out super. And by the book. Breakout. Trigger. Boom. Pretty cool. And what is it? A little more than 10 handles. I have no idea what that some bitch is that keeps doing that either. I don't know. And now I am always of the mindset, well, this is chasing, right? Obviously, I'm not going to take a retest here of the IB, but in the old TLab mentality and thinking and you know, trade setup-y kind of stuff, there's a potential IB continuation from up here. So there is something was just hit. 27 ticks, I guess it closed it out. Closed out the trade at 27 ticks. I've thought about maybe just if I could figure out a configuration for Bookmap or from IRT that just published the session prices for the NQ and the MNQ, and then use TradingView for all the other charting. That code thing that I figured out finally was working is pretty amazing. I don't know if that I would consider that to be an easy alternative or not. But it does work, and it does back test, and it does plot the trades and all of that stuff. So, see. We'll see. And again, if you want that or something, help yourself. Happy to share. So yeah, I don't know. Here we are, you know, bobbing around the IB, bopping around the Christmas tree. Oh, here's another problem. Me and my scale. There's 1 point. So up in here, the mean reversions. I'm not sure how the hell that worked. This is 80. This is, say, 70. You can see you got in there at 71. And this is 82 or 3, so that's 10 handles, which is 40 ticks. I'm not sure how this system over here didn't get that much. It trailed up, and then took a trailing stop. I mean, 27 ticks is still what it took, but. And what's going on with you, old boy? There we go. Now we got a couple of trades going off here. Here's plus 20 ticks on the short. This is A, B in the trigger. There's A, B in the trigger. What is this? What's going on here? and minus 12. Which one? I turned off the plotting for these trades over here, but yeah. There would be that pullback. The zones aren't here, but there would be the pullback, and then up she goes. And I don't have in those zones or anything over here on the edgeful stuff. Ooh, VPOC migration. There you go, Antonio. All in, baby. All in. Balls to the wall. Now, if I was a brave boy, I would just slap a long on, put my stop at 74.75 or something down there, and see where we went. But I'm not, and I didn't. Not a structured anything. I'm so tired of this. No lags there now, whatever that means. Well. Antonio, I suppose you're all over this long. I'm pissed. It's official. Okay, let's look around the mulberry bush here and see what's going on. Well, we got talking feds going on now. First it's the Trumpathon, and now it's talking feds. So, oh boy. Oh boy. What to think? What to do? Special weather statement, huh? It's friggin' hot. There you go, I'm a weatherman. According to this, it's only 28 C here so far. So we got all kinds of room. Got a lot of headroom over here. A lot of headroom. I'm sure we're going to tag out the 90s and then the get up there to that previous RTH high. And Antonio's, dancing around his office with a smug look on his face from that VPOC migration trade. I'm sure. And good for him. I'm only jealous. Higher highs and higher lows, huh? That's the way your money goes. Well, and there's 10 more points off the VPOC migration. Jesus Christ. I think I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. Well, not sometimes. A lot of the time. Well, there goes the Tom time, so... There you go. You can find out all about what to do. Now, unlike the swing low over here for the mean reversion, where you have no idea, I think it's pretty clear nobody had any idea that was going to be the swing low. VPOC migration is something that is very definitely doable within reason. Not only referring to the rearview mirror, but if you just look at it, there's one, there's the other one. Happens in real time. And right now it's, over 10 handles off of this one, and there a lot more than that. Well, 20 handles off the first one. And of course there's every reason in the world for the economy to be going to the moon because because all the numbers are terrible. Jesus, I give up. I guess Pumpkin Boy said everything was great, so that must mean it's true. POTUS. Pumpkiness. Whatever. I saw a pretty funny t-shirt on somewhere for sale, YouTube probably. I don't think I could describe it, but it was, I'm sure that you've noticed or seen the evolutionary progress, where there's I forget what, and then there's a monkey, and then there's different stages in Homo sapien, and Neanderthal, and then it ends up standing up and it's a human at the end. Well, this t-shirt said this t-shirt has that progression, and then there's a picture of a fat guy in a blue suit facing the progression of evolution, and the human, instead of standing there is turned around and is going, stop, go back, we got it wrong. It's pretty funny. I always appreciate people with a clever sense of humor. Wish I could. And, you know, I don't have it anywhere to. Obviously, the picture's worth 1,000 words, right? It's pretty funny. Okay, now here's where I'm going to go. Here's where we're going. Okay, just, you know, review mirror, absolutely. Here's a bar, right? Consolidation, breakout, retest, breakout, retest. So is this a long? Would this be considered a long, targeting these higher prices? I would think so. The problem is, where's the stop? You know, where's the bottom? Where's the support? And where do you throw that in? Here's basically the same. Oh, and you could also look at this in the same way. Here's the bar, breakout, retest, take it up, breakout, and maybe that's how the market's stair-stepping up. So if it gets down to around these 81 someplace, my thinking would be that this would be a very premature entry. You should wait till it gets to the IB or perhaps the POC. And that's why I stand here lamenting my lack of trading. And I've never been able to get this bar beauty to work over here. Bar beauty. Oh, knew a few of them in my life. Well, I tell you what, though, look at here. So here's a bar. Here's this bar. This one. Here's another one. Yeah, I don't know. I would say that this would be this is the breakout. I mean, this is the bar, and then Once it's broken out both sides, it stops. So this retest wouldn't be part of it, I don't think. How you doing over here? How you doing? Got another breakout, but no retests. And I'm sure this Screedle's just bobbing along over here like nobody's business. What do we got for volume? What do you guess? 63%. Pretty low, and we're down to 2.25 ATR. Well, they did all that without lagging out, so that's, I guess, good. Well, I'll tell you, I was so encouraged. Are you talking about the bar trade that I was just jabbering about? Yeah, I need to start just doing that kind of crap, just throwing them on and go. Exactly. Just like talking about the VPOC migration, you know, and Antonio's got, you know, he's buying faro in southern Portugal because he does this often enough to make gazillions of dollars for himself and his family. But yeah, I mean, all kidding aside, what's that Peter K? Remember the guy from, who is in Static 2, who's gone back to Bangkok to live? You know, he's a real nice guy and real open about everything. He's Thai, but was born and raised in America, married, and moved back to Bangkok. Obviously speaks Thai, because you would be screwed if you didn't. But I said, so Peter, what's really your trigger? He says, well, I just take it. I don't wait for it to go down or up or down or something else. When the VPOC migrates, boom. Now, I've not been able to figure out a way to code that VPOC migration and a touch to backtest it, you know. But yeah, I've got to start just doing that. This is just stupid. I'll be the first to admit that. And I'm not proud of being stupid, but I'm honest. Not stupid, I guess. I suppose it's fear, you know. I think it's probably part of Monkey Boy. All of those emotions that we have developed through our evolution, just manifesting in different ways. It's the same, well, I guess, risk aversion is kind of the same emotion as FOMO, just on the other side of the coin, you know. I guess, and that's what my problem is, and why I can't separate myself from that in my live account is just stupid, but it seems to be a problem I have. I think we talked about it once before, that whether it's prop or whether it's whatever it is, I have the same emotions and the same thought process no matter what, as if it's my live account, my live amp account. And that's dumb. I mean, that's not the point of the whole thing. So yeah, if it gets down here to if it comes down to the bar trade, which I think is there, this was a real miss. This was a miss. Of course, I don't, in all honesty, I was on the wrong screen. In all honesty, I don't see how this would be called a point, apart from looking at the, the Glowback stuff, but I'm not sure how this could be a call, unless based on this one, a high or low. It would be lovely. Now that's one where Magic would be, where with his 30-second box, And on a bigger scale, these are just real classic pullbacks by the pullback. Higher highs and higher lows. And every time there's a pullback, buy the damn thing. If you have confluence with other signals like the VPOC here, that's a real good one. I'm going to try to see if I can figure out how to code this thing. But there I go, thinking about how important is that? Yeah, well, that's the problem, is determining the trigger. I have always leaned on, or not leaned on, but my philosophy has been based on, starting with Tom and statistics and, Jim Simmons and everybody. The trigger is a pre-vetted setup with specific rules, just like over here, which I actually just missed, to be honest about it. I mean, I was busy. Look, there's the breakout. That's rule number 1. There's the trigger. That's absolutely go get them. Okay. But this VPOC migration, I've never figured out how to get it to work, how to programmatically set it up so that it could be back tested. The same way with this one. There's 3 rules, A, B, and trigger. There's A. The B, it comes down to the end of the high or the low in this case is in the pullback zone. Pulls back to the trigger zone, which is 1 point either side of the IB, and that's a short, absolutely. Mechanically, no problem. If I were trading this live, I stopped doing that because it took way more stops than the back tests had identified, There's supposed to be 7 consecutive stops in a row, and I took it to 10. Bleeding, hemorrhaging, or not hemorrhaging, but, death by 1,000 cuts. I took it to 10 stops in a row back in about January, and I said, okay, that's exceeded the parameters of the back test. I'm not going to trade this live anymore. I'm going to see what's going on. But I agree with you completely. Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. But what I need to do is have predetermined and change my mindset, because I have not been able to figure out all this time how to code the VPOC migration, whether I want to add to the rules so far outside of the IB or inside of the IB. Rod has a thing that if it migrates outside the IB, then it's something he does. I haven't figured out how to code that. Obviously, I can see that. We all can. But I haven't figured out how to code it. So for me to take that trade, I have to change my methodology in my trade plan, because it says now I only take vetted trades triggers, right? And so this would not be one of those things, because I can't backtest that. So yeah. But you're absolutely right. I'm not arguing with you at all. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just trying to figure out what to do before I, need to go find another job, because this isn't doing what I want it to do. And again, there's 10 handles. More than enough of a trade, especially with minis. Even with micros, it's not so bad. You got to trade some more size than 2, but Mm. I don't know whether I can do this or not, but that code is kind of complicated, actually. See if I can get this to show up over here now. Turn off that one. Turn off that one. That should be no problem now. Turn on this one. Yeah, there we go. So this is that backtest story, and with all the shit you get with it. Oops. And here's the code, which is was kind of surprising to me when I finally got through with it. So this is this is the full code. And it plots. Well, what it does is this right here. Now, when it does is make sure I've got the right window going. That's my usual one. So here's the first inputs, and you can set up a number of contracts. You can set the orb. You can say, oh, and I've got this set for the trading session for the orbs last night, right? So let's look at the IB this morning. Football, stupid ass. Trading session is, where am I? What do I want to do here? I want 8:30 to 1600, or I was doing this last night. 8:30 to 1600, and then the initial balance is 8:30 to 09:30. Okay, and I have a filter system for the IBs you can put in there if you want to. So it's in points or it's in ticks. And then these are the retracements and the stop and the, targets, and whether it's measured by wick or close, and if there is if you trail to break even after, or to entry after break even, after TP1. And then these are the, stuff you got to enter in here. One of the biggest problems, I couldn't get it to work. Apparently TradingView doesn't use margin or, margin. So you've got to have enough fake capital figured out over here in order to have it take two minis at $50,000 or $40,000 a piece or whatever they are, micros. So that was that. And once all that's done, then it trades live and it does all this stuff down here. This is just live, right? So there's the first trade it's plotting out line. So if that would be interesting for you to mess with, let me know, and I can probably I suppose I can share it somewhere or another. I don't know. But that was interesting. And then when you back test, when you do the replay thing, however far back, it plots the yellow as the entry and red is the stop and blue is the something else, and it's got little arrows and T1 and T2 and all that crap. It's really pretty handy. It's pretty amazing, actually. Pretty amazing. Okay, close that. Oh, shit. There's something here I don't know how to do exactly, but the only way I know to get rid of that little window down there automatically is now to go like this and then go up here and not look at that anymore. And get our orbs back on. Okay, so there's that. Interesting. And where I was going with that whole conversation was I'm thinking that I could probably come up with a VPOC migration because I have the volume profiles set up already. VPOC migration maybe over here. And here's the trade that should have been taken right here. There's the breakout, there's the retest, and there we are. Oh, excuse me. Well, let's see. What have we got? 28C. That doesn't hardly seem like that could be right. Well, I've got 200 in here. I usually keep 200 as a filter. Got a lot of liquidity in here. They must be jamming up. Yeah, me too, man. It's, yeah. Me too. It's got to, because this is all I've got now. Before I had quite comfortable salary, so that's, and nobody wants to hire anybody my age anymore, so yeah, this has got to work. And I don't have big needs, you know. I'm not one of these. I need a wrap Ferrari and a, you know, gazillion-dollar mansion in Boca or somewhere. You know, just a consistent consistency, like normal, not YouTube breathtaking. It's just normal. That's the idea. Consistent profitability. A business, you know, not it's like your wife's business or, you know, yours. It's a business, not bullshit and bus tickets. Or, you know, some flash in the pan thing. And I understand why those guys do that. And, you know, all this Tory trades and the blonde chick and, you know, Peachy and all those people. Is they make money off the subs and the, you know, private Discord and all that crap. That's how they make a living, is YouTube. They don't make it trading, really. And if they make good trades, I guess that's icing on the cake. But I don't believe that that's it. You know, I think that it's, I don't know about people like Ross Cameron, because I mean, even Brett, or what's that guy, Josh Brettstein or whatever his name, Brightstein or whatever it is. He, you know, came out with something about a scam or whatever. I mean, that guy's been around a long time and claims to have made millions of dollars and shows all the people this and that and does all that stuff. But I think a lot of the money they make, just like the most famous one is the ICT guy. actually said I never made any money trading. I made all my money on mentorships and training, which is, if you stop and think about that, that's like learning how to fly from a guy who never flew a plane. I don't know how that works, but then on the other hand, on the other side of that coin, football coaches or basketball coaches can't play basketball, can't play football, but they know how to do the other thing. So I guess it is possible. And some of them are just, I think, using the getting paid off of YouTube. And never trade. And that's why none of them ever trade live that I've ever seen. Now, are we putting in another little consolidation up here and then we're going to break out higher? I would guess so. But, what one? Oh, good. High and low consolidation. I'm sure they're going to tag these 93s and then probably the century figure up here. How long has that damn thing been in here? 2 weeks? That's been in here since the Open, the RTH, the ETH Open. That liquidity has been laying at 76 since then. Well, yeah. One of the things that I heard somebody explain who I think it wasn't Patrick Boyle, but it was somebody else that made sense to me was, if you notice, all of a sudden you see gold orb trade or orb trade this or something else that, and they all pile in on putting out videos about that. And apparently what the deal is, that as it was explained, is that happens about every 3 or 4 months, because they're looking for the next bunch of newbies to get in that think this person or that chick with the big boobs that's got the smiling thing that says she makes a lot of money, is really has their welfare at heart, and that this thing they're selling them, that they're putting out there, is the truth, and it's going to be this person is going to be able to make their, financial success off of that trade. And they do it about every 3 months because they can't repeat sell them. Yeah. And they're never live trades, I don't think. And they're never, but like that ICT guy, I mean, Jesus Christ. That was, that's the case study, I think. And then there's a phenomenon too that people talk about, where so you invest, and you pay your money for the mentorship and those private room and all this stuff. And then comes a point where you vehemently defend anybody that would talk about your guru, because you don't want to admit to yourself you're a dumbass or you're a sucker. I mean, maybe that's, oversimplified, but there's that too. Like all the people that defend this ICT guy who's actually said he never made any money trading. But, yeah, there's that. The thing that I do believe that those people have a gift of gab. They're entertainers and salesmen people. Because, yeah, you got to convince somebody somewhere enough to fork over their credit card number. Tory trades, that peachy chick, I don't know. I can't think of their names. This is Rosario or whatever the name is. A lot of them. There's a lot of them. That's also amazing, is how many there are out there, and they all seem to be making a buttload of money. I mean, what a pleasure, huh? If you make, $20,000 a month or whatever it is off of YouTube, and you don't really know how to trade either. Wow. The thing that bothers me about those kind of people is that the people that are paying them could be desperately frantic about their position in life, or their stability or their financial ruin or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And this is like out of desperation, and those people could give two shits less whether that broke somebody and put them in the poorhouse or they're under a bridge or not. I think maybe not, maybe they have a conscience, but I kind of get the feeling that maybe they don't. There's a tremendous the YouTube thing is a tremendous market. You know that, I don't know, have you ever heard of a guy named The Beast, Mr. Beast? He's not a trader guy, but he originally got famous or something by counting backwards from 100,000 or from 1 million or something continuously on YouTube or something ridiculously stupid like that when he was younger. That guy's a billionaire now. With a B. Billionaire. And I have never followed him. I don't know what all he does, but, and the gaming people, that stream games like that, Dr. Disrespect or something, his name is, some crazy guy that gets, paid millions of dollars by some gaming company to play games live. Wow. Meaning that the company who's paying them is making more than that on ad revenue. Phenomenal. It's like the same way with actors, and TV people. I saw something on YouTube, the three main stars of the Big Bang Theory. The chick, and the two guys. They got to a point where they were paid $1 million an episode. Each. How in the hell, meaning that the advertisers were making way more than that. Yeah, I paid once myself to JP to learn market profile, and I did learn market profile from him, but that was years ago. And what you did was you paid to be in his room. That was way back in the days before there was Zoom and all this stuff we're using now, OBS and everything. And it was a one-time thing. It was $1,500, and it was a one-time thing. And then you were a life member or whatever, and you were always in there. And yeah, that's the only time I ever did that. And it was funny because, it was the typical thing, kind of like we are familiar with now, is never traded live, never showed the screens, yelled in the microphone. He was long here, such and such, or, short, such and such. But never traded live, never showed his screens, never did any of that. So, yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too from about Mr. Beast, the same thing. Yeah, it's just, he's a billionaire. Good for him, I guess. But he's been sued a bunch. Maybe he's not so cool after all, but yeah, a billionaire with a B. Talk about right spot at the right time. Here we go for these upper levels up here. No turning back, doesn't look like. So my VPOC migration would have been a pretty snappy idea. And I think Mr. Beast is probably one of the, one of the few at the top. But Jesus, there's a buttloads of them in there making big money, like 20, 30,000 a month. That's big money to me. Especially for doing this. Of course, they don't do this. They make a video. It's all production and it's all filmed and edited and DaVinci Resolve and all that stuff. And the people that don't trade live, I think, have a lot more following. It may be an attention span problem, but it's like Tom doesn't trade. His live Discordy thing is an hour and a half or whatever, and each one of the bookmap things there's who does 7 hours. I don't know anybody except me. But it's a different purpose, the purpose for me doing it is because I will only take trades live and I will only take trades on the stream. So if I'm not streaming and I see a setup, well, and that's exactly what happened in the beginning, why I said, oh, this has got to go all day. So here I am. Heart and hand. Carmine something or another. That's one of the ones that a lot of people think is a real good trader, and some of the people at Rod and those guys think a lot of them in static, and I never paid any money, but I used to get it. Oh, by the way, I think, was it you? No, it wasn't you. Never mind. It was magic. I used to get a kick out of that Trades by Matt guy because I could listen to his stream while I was doing my exercise, climbing the stairs in KL. And it was typical, I mean, would be down $3,000 or $4,000, and the next morning had miraculously gotten back on his platform in the afternoon and made it all back, and all that stuff. Yeah, and it was trading with Top Step, and now I saw actually that he has now gotten him, and good for him. He's had a mission in mind, and he's gotten himself to where I actually saw he was interviewed on that Words of Wisdom, which is a questionable thing in itself. But last time I heard was he's a front man for, good for you. Cool. Excellent. Where are you in? 87. Oh, 87. Okay. $87? Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah. Matt's over in Austin, Texas. Last I heard, last I saw, he was the front man for Apex, which is just, it's like you look up snake oil in the dictionary and there's a picture of that guy, that Apex guy. I forget his name. But they're obviously, you know, they're making a lot of money and I'm not. So who's right? Who's wrong? Who's smarter? Well, a little water up here. I don't know how many. I should count one of these days. I must drink about 4 or 5. Well, let's see. What is this? A gallon and a half? Yeah, I must drink about at least 4 or 5 gallons of water, liquid a day. Yeah, that Carmine guy is the guy that you don't want to say anything bad about him to those guys over in Static, because a few of them really think the sun rises and sets in his ass. I'll tell you, I did that once. Just persona non grata for a while. Yeah, there you go. Good for you, man. Up, up, and away. Yeah, that's always the one. It's just like, you know, just like I was pointing out earlier about this. Where am I? What's okay? You know, why did not this one? How about this one? This one. I mean, you know, or this one, or maybe this one, or that one, or this one. Yeah. Who the hell knows that? And if there's a way they know that, good for them. I would love to know that way, but I don't. And risk is the huge deal too. That's risk management, you know, is a really big one. If you're not worried about risk management and you take the low of the day and let it rip. And if it takes you out, okay, you're out. You know, yeah, that's or up here and you put your stop under the low of the day. You know, I mean, there's 1,000 different ways to unrealistically trade and make it look like you're a complete genius, I think. Now, my opinion of this would have been about 83s around the bottom side of this consolidation or whatever this thing is, a bar trade or something. God damn, it's 11:30 already. Son of a gun. Whew. That's as fast when you're having fun, huh? Well, IRT's decided not to have any lags. That's nice. Thank you. My first test of this lag story on the weekend or the holiday was I didn't stream. I didn't have OBS on, you know, on Friday morning. And of course, just everything worked like $1 million. No lags and lightning fast and everything else. That's when I set about the task of figuring out how to assign these different programs to different resources. So I've got OBS on the GPU, and then I've got these other two on the CPU, which made sense to me, was the right thing to do. Didn't work out very well this morning on the RTH Open, but yeah. Oh, bummer. I'm sorry. Oh, it took you out of break even though, right? Yeah, okay. Another thing that I think is worth looking into is not any trades after RTH1, which is now. And that's something else I can put in a filter in. I can put in that the code of that trading view thing, I guess. My problem with the with IRT is that even if I try using the Google or the AI thing, just asking it questions about, it doesn't know enough about, it's not widely used enough to have the nuances be right. It'll tell me how to do something and I'll do that, and it doesn't work at all with the IRT stuff. I have to just tough through that myself. But I've got to get more than just the initial balance setups. That's killing me, among other things. But getting old is killing me, but this, not only having one bullet going out hunting isn't a good idea. Oh, that's great. And you're trading minis, right? Yeah. Oh, wait a second. I see. Yeah, you didn't capture that 200. You were in the money 200, but you didn't get when it came back to break even. I'm with you now. Well, it looks like you're going to not have lost anything, so that's a good thing, because it's going to go down here to the bottom. Now, this is where I will be wondering, is this a breakout and a retest? Because it's going to come down to the bottom of this distribution over here. Am I in the right window yet? And again, this is a shit time of day as far as I can see. And here's another question now. Is this the bar and this the breakout? So the retest wants to come down here? Or is this the breakout or the bar? I don't know. I don't know. There was some guy I watched because he was funny, actually. And I would listen to because his commentary was funny, but I don't know. He swears he has a huge following on Telegraph, all free, but most of I think his focus is on Forex, and I didn't think of his name. His philosophy is, he supposedly, has made millions, of course. So he'll just fund an account, and that's the stop. And he doesn't use any kind of indicators or anything. He'll look at basic, go, well, it looks to me like it's, we're going to pull back to this level. That kind of looks like support, and he'll go long there. And if it goes down some more, he'll go long down there some more. He'll average down, and his stop is the account. If the account blows up, well, then that's okay. That's what it was. And of course, on the YouTube videos, that account, that it just keeps going up and wins every time. Is his name Sean? I don't remember. Funny looking guy. So there's that. Don't use stops, just use your account. And in a way, that's reasonable, because when we use the stop, we are deciding that's how much money we're going to lose. And we're putting in an order there. Risk. His theory was, rather than put a stop, if it goes down and takes out my account, well, that's my risk. A little different. Now here we're going to get now they're getting some sellers. Are they getting paid? We're right back to this low volume zip over here. And I would not have the balls to go long, because I don't think we're done yet. I think we're going to get down here towards the developing value area higher, the IB. But maybe that's my biggest, I guess that's my problem. Or I don't know, problem, but that's not a structured trade, so I'm just winging it. Yeah, he's got a big beard, or now has a big beard or something like that. What's his name? Some of his stuff was funny though, which attracted me the first time. Sean David or Sean somebody maybe. Seems like it was Sean. And we've talked a lot about Tom B, or not Tom B, but Tom the Trader, and the other guy, Karaoke Andy. They're flashing that 80 level down there. And this is probably going to take off out of here after that low volume node. The sellers didn't get paid here and rip up to these highs. I mean, that's very possible. It's also very possible it's going to take a dump down to the IB high in the POC. So, I don't know. I'm stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea here. And since these are not any kind of structured trade or anything that I have any data on, I feel that I shouldn't be doing that. But I got to start doing something, whether I have data or not, because I'm not getting the data figured out fast enough. Yeah, but options is as undefined risk as I understand it. What I hear they're doing. And options, I don't, man. Start talking about all the Greeks and all the, jade lizards and all this kind of shit, and I just get, whoa, what? It confuses me a lot. Confuses me a lot. But I appreciate the suggestion. I might be getting to the old dog new tricks part. I listen to Tasty Live a lot. I mean, I listen to those guys talk, and they'll talk for 25 minutes, and I don't really understand a goddamn word they said. Sorry, a damn word they said. They're going about this and that, and the implied volatility this, and the vol crush something else that, and it seems to me to be a learning curve that would be too steep for me to work at this age, at this point, I think. Maybe not, but. And I really don't like it. All they talk about all the time is selling premium. And that's unlimited risk. Well, the minute I hear that, I go, uh-oh, I don't want to do that. Let's see something here. Where's our volume? 5128. We got another 1,000 to go up here to get up to another 1,000 contracts or so to get POC to migrate up. No work runs today for TAM. Tomorrow there's no, but it's working out better. It's an hour later, so instead of 9:30 right at the IB set, which was really a pain in the ass, it's now 10:30, and I pick her up late, so that's after the stream is. Oh wait, that's going to be a hassle. I'm going to miss out on the closing bits of the stream. I'll have to do that, you know, market recap and stuff from 2 to 2:30 because I'm going to be picking her up at 3 instead of 2. Only tomorrow and Thursday though, so that's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to start new accounts and all that stuff, and I don't know what the capital's required and everything, but I have to see. I'm open to anything. It's just every time I've taken a look at futures, it's looked, maybe it's just the vernacular, you know, and the concept, or I'm not clever enough to do the math or whatever it is, but it's looked real overwhelming to me. I also understand that they're real bad spreads and real bad costs. So it's expensive to trade them. I don't know. But worth looking into for sure. Kinds of crap coming on my phone down here that I don't understand. Oh, so I should have taken that yeah, those are covered. I understand the story about covered, so yeah. I was listening to Jamal and those guys last night, actually, and all the people are freaking out and assigning, and you know they're getting assigned, but they already have. They're getting assigned, but they still have a couple $100. They're still making money even though they're being assigned, and then they turn around and sell the trade again, or put the trade back on again. But people on the other side are freaking out and assigning them. Stage doesn't look good. That looks like spammeroonie to me. Absolutely. Amazon. Well, I'm going to have to stop trading because I've just been notified that Amazon's remote recruiting has just selected me to be something. And the thing I find so funny about that is if you look at where that thing is coming from, a lot of them are in the Philippines. And I'm pretty sure Amazon's not using anything over there. Jesus. You got to give them credit for trying, I guess. My father was a prince in Nigeria. Yep. Yeah, sirree. Well, they're going to hit this low volume node a bunch of times here, and then pretty soon it's going to do something. They're either going to take it up through those liquidity or they're going to jerk the rug out from under everybody. Yeah, I mean, there's no way I could do that. I probably should have opened an account instead of AMP. But I don't know who trades all that crap. I suppose Tasty thing does, but I don't know that they have good anything, you know, spreads or commissions or any of that stuff. But then you could trade more than one thing, more than just futures. Okay, where the hell are we? The music's still musicking. We're still down here doing this goddamn thing. I don't know what to think. Yeah, covered anything is fine. If it's like everything else, if you got a lot of money, you can make money. By God, oh, looks like we had a VPOC migration here as far as IRT is concerned. We did. We just migrated up there for. Not on Bookmap yet, but IRT did to the 86 handle. So is this where I take my VPOC migration trade and just, you know, throw caution to the wind and go for it? Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I lost my ass, and I mean a big ass on equities back in 911. I think I told you that story, and I got a real bad taste in my mouth for anything other than futures because of that. And that's probably why I have such a phobia. I mean, you know, why I'm so basically fear-driven. I guess that's what it is, you know, like why didn't I just put one on here? What do I got to lose? A stop? But it's not a vetted trade, so I keep falling back to that. But yeah, that's once you have a problem like that in your life, or at least in my life, it's hard to get that taste out of your mouth. And had I just done that, what am I doing? 83 to 87, 88? Well, there's, you know, now we're going to go up and take this liquidity out, and I'm going to be standing here pissed. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Oh. What'd it do? Oh, yeah. Now I'm really mad. I was kind of, I was sort of hoping when I started these Globex things that that would be a less news affected. What was that? A less news affected market, and one which I could kind of be a little more cavalier about taking these trades, but that hasn't worked out. And I just, you know, talked myself out of this trade right here at the low, and the VPOC migration or whatever you want to call it it has happened on the IRT, but not here on Bookmap. Ooh. Hi, Panda. What are you doing? Now we're back to the bottom of that curve again. All right, take care, man. Have a good one. Ooh, now we get the VPOC migration on the thing as well. I'm going to put a resting order right down here. And see if we get if it moves. Oh well, now the VPOC is bouncing back down again. Oh, now we're gonna get a price check at aisle 3. I don't know. Oh, coming into 12 o'clock. That's always spooky. No, I'm not going to trade that. That's not something I have, and I'm not going to just make trades up. It would be valid, I think. Now we're trading this consolidation. I'm also not in favor of trades. Panda, what are you doing? You giving me the stare? Hey, buddy. Well, that would have been disappointing. Not unexpected, but disappointing. I'm going to step away myself. I can smell food and I'm hungry. Music's still musicking, I think. And this is a perilous time here. This distribution, we did get down here into this one. So that could be a bar, but bad time of day, I think. Good luck if you're trading them. Well, the VPOC migration took us up to that next level, huh? What a wuss. What a complete wuss I am. So I'm going to take my midday break here. Make sure that there's music going on, I guess. Let's just check that part. And everybody's down to zero lags now, so that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. I can't imagine there's not more input here from the geopolitical side, but good for us, I guess. Good for us, I guess. All right, I'm going to step away for the midday break here, and then I'll be back in a little bit. There we go. Everybody dance. All right. Welcome to the 12 o'clock boogie. All right. I'm going to check my eyelids for leaks here. And just generally stand by this thing. I don't think we're... this is nothing I'm doing. It went right up to the level. Here we go. Right up to the level and took it out. So yeah. There you go. So we're in the power hour here. Three pretty clean VPOC migrations. 1, 2, 3. Price check at aisle 3 here, but that 12 to 1 period is terrible. Hey, welcome back. How's everything? Hope everything's good for camp. I'm standing here trying to figure out what to do. It went up and tagged out my 7600. I wasn't, on it, but did it pretty cleanly. I just got back here a few minutes ago myself. Thinking what else I can do to IRT here that might straighten it out. I don't know why there's still I don't know why in the world there's a 10-second delay on or lag on NQ. I don't know why that is, but it's seems weird. Shutting off Windows here to see shutting down Windows, shut off the market profile chart on this tab. I don't really ever need it or use it. It's the same one exact Windows over here, so seems like redundant use of cycles. Ooh, wow, that's amazing. Good for him. Are these meets outside? I suppose they are. Well, more upside we go. That's pretty cool. They keep changing TAM's schedule around. Now it's tomorrow. Now this week, while they're remodeling or something, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, but an hour later. So that means I can stay here through the initial balance, which will be great. And then I don't have to be there to pick her up until an hour later, which is 3. So I'll do the close up for the stream at from 2 to 2:30. Because I got to blow out of here at 2:30 to be out there by 3. So let's just run around them here. Oh, there's the edgefield trade, just exactly as it should have been. And the old-fashioned beauty over here. What happened? Oh, Jesus, I don't get it. Okay. A, B, trigger. Yeah, that's perfect. Just as designed. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, as I told you once, I think before, the only place I remember is the Swimming Hall of Fame down there on the corner of Los Olas Boulevard and Dixie, right? A1A. No, whatever that shit is. I forgot the name of the road that goes along the coast, right on the beach. I forgot the name of it. But anyway, whatever it is. Yeah, right up there. And probably so. I mean, they've been targeting this one. This liquidity came in the market on open last night in the RTH and the ETH session. So I'd say they're probably going to go up there and target that out for whatever reason. Which is, when you look at it over here, it's something. Let's see what it is. Let's see over here. There we go. It's right there. 16th of June right there. And then just above that is heading in for all-time highs again, of course. I always, when I look at these kind of things and I see all this price action and gaps and all this stuff, are these people still sitting here for a reason? I mean, you know, could they still be short there? I don't know. Oh, cool. Well, it's nice that they're investing in that kind of thing. That's important for the community and the youth and that. It's great. Well, pretty quick, the bottom of the hour. Tomorrow I will be leaving about now. And no way I'm back by 3, so I'll just have to let the stream ride on until I'm back and then close it down. And the same on Thursday. We're right at the highs there. Or on the easier plan to see stuff. Oh. When we're right at developing value area high is right up here on the top too, so this thing has got more upside to get taper, I would suppose, huh? Really missed the perfect setup right there. Pretty stupid. Breakout, the retest past 25%, and then that was absolutely data driven all the way up. And had that been the entry, still not taking any heat, even here. They're going to pull it back here a little, give everybody a chance to get on for the tally-ho to the top. So I guess I can do the market recap quickly. Well, it's pretty obvious what the market has done today. There's the open. Little pullback, and of course, rearview mirror guys all knew immediately to get on that baby right there. Man, I tell you, I want to be one of those guys. And then up and away. VPOC migrations. Price check at aisle 3, and then up. Excuse me. My setup was right here. The IB. By the numbers, by the data that I didn't take, and up we go. Investor RT over here is seems to be okay now. Seems to be content. What's going on with volume? It's low volume still. Ugh. I don't know whether the NASDAQ on the mini is still playing hard to get or not. Yeah, it still says it's a 10 second lag. Why, I don't know. I had no clue. I've even deleted the market profile chart over here, just wondering if that might start to lighten the load, but I don't know what to think. Yeah. So this is the micro composite chart. And here's what we've done so far today. This will be included in the volume profile, or in the market micro composite profile. PLC is liable to migrate up a little bit. It's been down here at 1440 for a long time, since cleared back over here. Pretty amazing, huh? Since 23rd of June. Naked volume points of control. We got one at 75.10, and up above us here a couple, and then it looks like the Russian flag below us again, so that's pretty normal. I guess I should change the color of those, because I guess the POTUS doesn't like red flags, you know, so red cards or anything, so maybe I better change this to different color. They can't even have a soccer match over here with us. Some crap happening, I tell you. Amazing. I don't know what really happened, but it's just the fact remains there had to be some drama somehow. My setups so far are, first of all, I guess this is Zorenko. If you don't know about IRT, in the header of each window here is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is the micro composite higher time frame, which is each one of these candles is an RTH session. This is today, Thursday, sorry. And earnings season should be starting now because we're in the new quarter, and the holidays behind us, so I'll have to check that with the news. Wherever these overlap, then I pull the volume profile, and that gives us the high and low volume nodes, red and green, represented by the red and green lines, and the micro composite. Session prices here, and those all push to book map over here. So, there you go. High and low volume nodes and red and green lines. And then micro composite. Session prices here, and those all push to book map over here. So, there you go. High and low volume nodes and red and green lines. And then micro composite. Session prices here, and those all push to book map over here. So, there you go. High and low volume nodes and red and green lines. And then micro composite. Session prices here, and those all push to book map over here. So, there you go. High and low volume nodes and We've taken out all the statistics now except the... Didn't we? Did we get it? Yeah, we must have. Yeah, we did get the high, overnight high. Okay, what do we got for snooze? Let's see what tomorrow shall bring. Oh, it's a quiet morning tomorrow. That's cool. I don't know whether earnings is gearing up or not. To be honest with you, not yet. Getting ready though, I'm sure of that. This is investing.com, which is my old standby. You can filter it for wherever you want. If you hover over the event name, it turns into, or event title turns into a URL. You can find out all about the report. They focus on economic calendar and economic news, traditional stuff, ISM, PMI, non-farm payroll, FOMC, that kind of thing. And this is the Financial Juice, which pretty much does the same thing in their calendar. And then they have more of a live squawk box going on over here. But if they can, they pull in non-traditional economic things, but events which would likely have an impact on the market. Trump's going to have a speech, or be a signing thing, or he'll be taking questions or something, that kind of thing. Which is great, because we need to be real focused on risk management. And if you don't know about potential risk, how are you going to manage it? This is the most this is where we're going to get the market on close imbalance, which will be real curious today. That's at 1450. That's about it for the recap. With my slow progress in vetting trades, I'm going to have to start taking discretionary, like VPOC migration stuff that I know, fairly well. I'm going to have to do something, because I can't just stand here and not take trades, because because I missed this good setup, and that's the IB high. Well, that's the setup I have, so there you go. Risk management. Not trading is not an effective risk management strategy, I could just quit trading, turn off the machines, and I would have ultimate risk management, but that's not going to be conducive to the other side of that, which is profit and compounding the account. So I would say we're going to have more upside, but probably a closing swing trade. Very seldom do they let a market stop right here like that. Completely flat on the top. No taper, no excess. One tick, okay, but still. My guess is we're going to get some more upside. Let's just see. Not a prediction. And if you're new here, this is my trading journal, my virtual trading journal. Everything that you see on these two screens is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And I only trade live. I only trade real time, live market, live trades, and it's captured in Bookmap. Anything that's indicated as a trade over here in IRT is development, system development and testing. Like this trade right here is taken by this system live in this market today, but within the simulated environment, because this is in testing, right? So I don't want these to be pushing over to the live market somewhere, nor this one. Again, live trade, nice outcome, this system, but the simulated environment of IRT. I'll be streaming the Globex session tonight, starting at 1700. See if we get some opportunity on those. I'm doing the Globex, which is 1700 to 1900, and then Asia, which is 1900 till I get tired and crap out, which is usually about 2030 or 2100. Hasn't worked out particularly well as far as opportunities. I've only had one actually scheduled, structured trade. But I'm going to see what happens, and then if not, well then, never mind. But the reason I stream them is because I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream ever. Period. Case closed. Only live trades, only here on the stream. Been that way for a long time now. And so if I'm going to be watching the Globex for opportunities, that means I want to take a trade if it presents itself, and I would not be able to if I were not streaming. So that may all change if it, at some point, but that's my commitment so far, and only to take live trades. Now I'm going to have to do something about the structured vetted trades, because I'm not getting development of this trade, vetted trades quickly enough. So I'm going to have to look at discretionary something. Because I have to make money. This is my business now. No more paychecks. Two and a half minutes for that market on closing balance. Let's see what that has to say today. That will show up over here on in the news boy over here. And tomorrow we should be back to more normal, there's no more holiday crap and, previous RTH high, meaning last Thursday and stuff like that. Though it seemed to have significance. I mean, if you just look at it, this was previous RTH high right there, and it seemed to be pretty significant. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and then whoop, they broke through it and up to this level up here, but it's amazing how that stuff works. Seems to, anyway. Maybe it's the self-fulfilling prophecy or the, confirmational bias problem that humans have. I don't know. Okay, we're closing in on the market on closing balance. And then we'll take it up to the top of the hour, and I will close the stream and get ready for the Globex stream tonight. My machines will continue to run until 1600, and then I'll shut Bookmap down, closing off that recording, the local recording for just the Bookmap session, and then set up the stream and stuff for the Globex. Wow. Traders turn the most positive on the US dollar since 2015. Wow. Meaning the market's heading down, in their opinion. S&P down, dollar up. Isn't that how it goes? I don't know. I think so. And here we are back to that previous high again, huh? There's the market on closing balance. That's what this little pop was right here. Used to be quite a big movement, but it's hasn't been for a long time. And we'll see the results over here pretty quick. I guess the yen carry trade's over. From the sounds of it. Come on, get that out there. What's the matter with you guys? What happened to the frickin' deal there? I'm not seeing the market on closing balance, and I'm sort of wondering why. Oh, wait a minute. Technical difficulties right here. Market on closing balance figures, technical issues, apologies, okay? Okay. And we're selling down. I completely forgot to look at Walter Bloomberg today. Now I'll check it out tomorrow. Funny how this liquidity at the 76s came in at the open of the ETH session last night. Stayed right there the whole night. Whole night, whole day. And bingo, they took it out right there at 1400. You know, good things come to those who wait, I guess. Or one of those equally stupid platitudes. Platitudes. There's the first print of our RTH session. And there's the first print of the ETH session. And look at that liquidity that drops right in there until right there. What did that mean? Yes, that means somebody got long right here and stayed on them until right there. Right? Isn't that what that would suggest to you? Well, I guess they're not going to get their technical difficulties fixed about the MOCs. Maybe they had to call. Maybe some of the White House didn't get their orders in on time, so they wanted to give them a chance to do a little front running, you know? Some of this stuff just blows my mind. This thing with Dell Computers and Peter Thiel, he's invested, he gave $20 million to super PACs and the Republican, candidates, and so far has received $8 or $9 billion in non-competitive contracts from the United States government. Crazy. Hi, buddy. Buddy boy. Yeah, let's get back there in the nap department. Let's go take a nap. What do you think? Look, he came over and goes, Dad, damn, let's do some napping. Well, no market on closing balance yet, I don't think. I'll renew this or refresh this, but nope. And we're sliding into the top of the hour here. So let me say thanks a lot for coming by. If you're new, like and subscribe. That's super. Always welcome to contribute in the chat. That's great also. This is my virtual trading journal. It is by no stretch of the imagination my way or the highway. It is just what I'm doing out there for all the world to see, and with complete transparency and accountability. And there you are. Do something. Remember, life balance is really important. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just it's staggering what has happened and how fast. It's really staggering. To me, anyway. I know. What do I know? I don't want to hear people like Ty Cobb and guys like that who are have lived their whole life being top legal professionals saying the same thing. I agree with them. Yeah, so we're, get away from the screens, rest your eyes, stay healthy, and remember that you're the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office. Stay well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse out the window. That stuff, common sense. Don't let Monkey Boy play in your office unattended. Yeah, we're gonna knock this thing in the head in another minute and a half, and then I'll come back up at 1700 if you're absolutely bored out of your mind. Come on over. Come on down. I'm going to give some long, hard thought to this whole discretionary trading thing and what next setups I'm going to focus on. And while simultaneously continuing to develop because I do still believe absolutely that that's the correct approach. Now, I wish I had someone who trades structured vetted trades, like with a similar methodology and systematic approach that I am trying to develop and stick to, that would be a positive example of that. I don't know of one. I mean, Tom B talks about it. Everybody talks about it. But when you ask them, well, okay, how did you vet this? What are the rules? How did you? And then it all goes off the rails. Nobody, nobody can come up with it. You want to know how I approach a trade? You want to know how I approach the IB trade based on the zones? Well, there they are. There's every freaking rule right there. And here they are played out. Well, if I can get this to work. Here they are played out. Oh, goddamn. 45 seconds. Just trying to scroll this back. There you go. Here they are played out. There's the A rule, the B rule, the trigger, and the trade. And the trade management exits. For all the world to see. Nobody else will do. I can't find that anywhere. So that's, and maybe it's just BS and bus tickets, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't work. I believe that it does, but nobody will certainly pony that up, or that I can find. If you know of anybody on any YouTube or wherever the hell it is, please let me know. Please let me know. I would love to get some positive feedback. This negative loop is getting real old. And there we have the closing swing trade getting off to a start here, where they're probably going to run it up. And once again, thanks for coming by. 1700 tonight for the Globex stream, which is a short one, and then every trading day at 0800 Central Standard Time for the pre-market, set up all the software, the statistics, everything, and then the full cash session until 1500. So thanks a lot. Antone, have a great evening. If you're around, Antonio, if you're still part of the group, you're still holding on or haven't dozed off, I'm sure you're probably asleep by now. Yeah, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. I'll be on the side at the moment.